We're doing a little bit, or doing something a little bit different today. Looks good on YouTube. We are streaming on Twitch. Well, should be. I don't know. Using some new software. I wanted to actually start a little bit earlier, but accidentally started programming. But I needed to. I want to say it's just attention deficit. Like I should have been working on setting up, making sure that Twitch was set up properly. But I opened up my IDE to check stuff and then suddenly started coding. Just give me one more second. Yep, looks like Twitch is working. Awesome. All right, so let me just check audio on Twitch. Yep, looks like everything is working good. I'm going to assume that the background music is coming through. There should be a... Yeah, there it is. Okay. This is going to be rough. Let me see. They think they have a pop-out. Yep, there it is. Can store that, and we can... This is where having a separate screen would have been really nice, but whatever. There we go. I wish you could put both chats on one. Can you do that? That'd been really nice. Let me see. If I put a testing, will it show up on my main chat? Nope, it doesn't. And if I chat here on main, it does not show up on the other one either. Ugh, that would have been freaking great, but whatever. I have a pretty wide monitor, but this is... I don't think this is going to be a good thing. Especially since YouTube does that whole banner thing. Alright. I think Twitch has just got a ton of freaking... Like, it's just geared for live streaming. Like, it feels like I was in the, Boondocks using YouTube's stuff. Don't get me wrong, I just have preference for YouTube. I need to check that bias. There's so many other alternatives. Okay, let's get to it. It's gonna be a little bit tricky, but we'll try to... It'll be super tricky if Twitch pop-out doesn't work, as I hope it does. Yep, it does not work the way I hoped it did. Okay. We'll just check it every once in a while, I guess. YouTube one I can see all the time, though. One sec. Let me double check OBS one more time. Maybe I can open up both through OBS. Would be great. No, I think you can only open up one at a time. Whichever one is your main chat is the main connection. I think that's the one that there might be a plugin for that. I'll check it out after this. For now, let's get to work. Okay. So this is a 2.5D ARPG kind of situation. And today I just wanted to take care of some animations and just getting the animations playing. Not so much the game data behind the animations, just like left click and then we can attack. Show off some of the stuff that I get. Oh, code is wrong. Let's make sure that I wasn't in the middle of doing something. Yep, there we go. Okay, so hold on. Private void track point patch. I think this was just cleaning the code up a little bit. There we go. Being cleaner. I can delete these. So yeah, we don't really care about the data flow right now. I mean, I just preset it up ahead of time. Well, thing, but I just preset it up. But the data flow is basically trying to keep this as generic as possible. The only thing it needs to know about its owner is this. So we probably want to set that right, like somewhere along here. So when we do, sorry, we do transform. So whatever is going to call this is going to try to equip the weapon and select the attach point that it wants. Well, actually, hold on. Current weapon base. Oh no. Thinking about this wrong. The current weapon is going to be equal to the weapon base that we get, which is an instanced object, and we're just going to set that object for current weapon. Oh, whoops. This transform. Right? So basically this becomes its parent. I mean, hey, good morning. I'm just testing out some 2.5D shenanigans. How are you doing? All right, let's see if that works out. Good way to start the day. Yep, looks like it's working perfectly fine. Bless the algorithm, right? All praise to the algorithm. Thanks, though. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's working perfectly fine. All right. Let's Lord Grip. Yeah, true that. See. He is a fickle god. All right. So yeah, today I'm just going to be working on hooking in the animations and making things look cool, but also preparing for just like extending it out so I don't get a headache later on. Did a little bit of research into animation override. Actually, you know what? No, we're going to work on UI today. That's what I feel for. I feel to work on the UI. Yeah, fair enough. Are you also a game dev? Oh, nice stuff. So you're talking about like a language then. So what language are you going to work with? Is it Cool Beans? And thank you very much, Almond. Oh, Cool Beans. Let's see now. Um, we have yeah. So I'm gonna be working on some UI. That's it. I feel for UI today. I wanted to. Maybe I'll do both. If it depends on what type of roadblocks I program myself into. All right. See. Um, I already have some art, so I'm just gonna grab that, and I think that's it. Uh, so what engine are you working on? Oh, I got to OpenGL textures split into Atlas. Font and broke the ring. Ah, fair. uh, um, we want to use. I have a couple. The one thing that I always gripe on about with UI is, I think if you're making any asset, it should just be in grayscale, just for the sake of as a programmer. It just makes things so much easier. No matter what, you could always just recolor it. Uh, You know what? I think I'm going to just use a really simple one I got from. Give me a sec. Actually, I'm going to just import the whole UI system. I'm going to try to go with. Normally, I have like a whole library I just go with. This time around, I'm going to try building stuff or importing them as needed. I knew I had it already. So it's going to be like a step. It's going to be a step by step instead of just me magically calling to stuff. I'm going to be making everything out this time. Okay, that's why. This thing is. I have no idea. Hmm. think that HP bar is doing a bit too much. Yeah, I think this is good. Gonna go with this one. And I knew I already had it. That's the problem when you're sloppy with your files. When you go back, you just can't find anything. Let's just grab these for now. Well, it's all going to come down. Oh, yeah. I mean, when all else fails, just jack somebody else's code. There's always been someone that's done it before. I mean, not jack, you know, borrow. Yeah. So I got this little thing going that I'm just like picturing it. So I made a different it was a 2D roguelike before. Uh and well, not roguelike, 2D Vampire Survivors clone is what I meant to say. And well, it was using an isometric perspective with isometric tiles. All of it was 2D, but it had the ability where you could like shake the ground when you detonated like abilities over areas. So I just kind of implemented that here. It's not so much what it's doing that's impressive for me. It's that there's literally zero hit on any performance from setting it up. It's just like awesome stuff. Like absolutely zero hit on performance. Let's close this. Like that performance is just crazy. Yeah. So, and you know, considering basically, and considering it's happening in engine, so you know that at runtime it's going to be going at double, which is just great. True that. Unity is fighting the fight for me. Let's test out what these actually look like on canvas before I start trying to do stuff with them. We need to go to a 2D perspective. There we go. Okay. So I've messed with Godot and I've done with Unity. And I can appreciate people who want to create their own engines just because of like the strong desire it created to want to smash the best qualities of these two different things together. Yeah. Unity Learn is great. That's how I started off as well. Especially, I hadn't done programming in a while. All right. So I think the top right, I'm going to put the HP bar. The top left will probably be like information about like player. Or maybe I can dump all of the information into the HP bar section. And then the bottom is going to be like when bosses appear, then this will like show and the boss's hit points will be down here. That's what I'm thinking. Wait, are you serious? Are you're gonna try to do that? I mean, go for it, man. All right, let's see what this looks like. Oh, we can't do that. Can we? No. So we need to create a new. And just testing out what this look. Oh, we have to turn. Whoops, we forgot the basics of Unity. You have to convert all of these UI images. Um, they are single, and much like your boy, haha. Let's see, and we just apply. There we go. And let's test this out. This one looks like it'll work fine. And it does. But the ones that are... Oh, no, they all changed. So they're all going to work fine. So if you want to make... Let's say the user is going to use... wants to write a shader. Do they do it in GLSL? Or are you... Like, what are you using exactly? Because both... Nice. Nice. GLSL is the way to go, bro. That language. I don't know why people still. I mean, I get it, but it's just. It's rough. Otherwise, it's so intuitive. So these all look like they're going to work perfectly fine. All right, let's do some work. So first we start off with changing the background for the health bar. I think probably be, or should we? No. Nope. Wait, can we do tiled on this? Nope, doesn't work out. Yeah, I was hoping for magic. In Godot, you could actually pull that off. You can spread out the area of the pixel of the sprite that will be stretched out. Unity, no bueno. Yeah, that's the life of a programmer, man. That's what it looks like. That's what it sounds like. When I'm at it, I can go easily 90-hour weeks of just game dev. It's not, I think anyone who gets into it thinking it's going to be easy is in for a very rude awakening. Let's put it that way. Game dev is. Just programming generally is not easy. Okay. So this will be our like overlay background, like information is just going to be here, right? And then we can have the bar itself. Let's add that. So this will be the left. Let's make this. I see. Okay, I have an idea. Let's use UI. They have it here. Oh, I don't think it works this way in Unity. I think it's called a horizontal layout group in Unity. Check. Add component. Horizontal. Yeah, it is. Okay, there we go. And so now we just need to make this transparent. Just need to get my brain into UI making again. I know of a person who's doing something similar. There's another group that I Discord chat with sometimes, and they're getting together. Like I got to give credit where credit's due. One of the guys, the lead guy involved in it, he's like dead set on getting his project out. He calls it Project Dream. They all call it that. So basically, he's been trying to form up like a team, is what it sounds like, and they got a programmer involved that apparently also did what. It's weird because when a non-programmer is describing what a programmer is doing, and I'm trying to like parse it, and I couldn't determine if they're bringing in a library or if they're bringing in an engine or if they're just bringing in a framework, and it sounded to me like a framework more than an engine that could just adapt to either Unity or Godot. That's kind of what it sounds like. I mean, the distinction is very small, but it just confused me because it sounded to me like what they were trying to get done. Because again, these are non-programmers, so they were happy with getting access to a visual scripting language framework. That's what I think they were saying to me. I'm as confused as they are on what exactly it was, but I did my best to describe it. But it sounds to me like that's what you're going for. Like well, not minus the visual scripting part, which you could add in. You never know. Another couple of months of 40 hours a week. I see. Gotcha. No, it's cool, dude. But for some reason, I feel like I've heard of Almond Engine. I don't know why. Like, it must have passed by my ears at some point. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Like, my brain is telling me that it should be familiar, or maybe it was something else that I heard that was similar. Let me check it out. Do you have a website already? It has a GitHub. C++ engine. Yeah, this is something that I think I've come across. No, this is not. Almond Engine is a very cross-platform library designed for creating, managing games across multiple platforms. Abstract, platform-specific game management code, unified and create manipulation. I see. Okay. Yeah, no, I haven't. Hey, welcome back, Adam. You've quit your lurking ways. Okay. So we're in the middle of building this thing out. Let's finish this up. So we have a horizontal, I believe it's horizontal layout group, right? And then we can do a add. And let's duplicate this. Yep, that was it. Horizontal layout group. Okay. What's the size of this one? You don't know. Let's go 300 on both of these then. Do 300 and hope we got it right. Hey, we did. The one thing with Unity is you always have to make sure that you turn off this option right here on your UI. By default, it's on, but you save so much on performance by just turning these off. You really should only ever have them on for when you're actually going to be utilizing raycasting for your UI. Oh, cool beans. He looked just like you, I swear. Let's see. Um, so what made you get into designing an engine? Was it like the same feeling like you felt like this could just be something that could be better if only, you know, like that kind of thing? And so you decided to take matters into your own hands? Gotcha. Yeah, that's the thing I've discovered getting into game dev. Groups really do not work in this field for some reason. Like I have to wonder how the heck did the first couple of guys get started in this and form up groups? It's really hard to actually form a stable group in this industry. Like there's just some skill set that I don't have that is a part of it. Must be. I've worked, so I have experience in that. And so it's really weird dealing with people who I guess don't have the same background. And it's like, yeah, guys, there's a simple solution sometimes. And it's like, compromise, right? Like you have the vision. And just because one person has a vision doesn't mean that that's the final vision, right? And you shouldn't be intimidated to present your own thing. But it's like, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I really don't know. It's a skill set I don't have. So beyond my pay grade. And I don't think this is going to work. Because, well, hold on. Before I give up, let's try adding another panel. Okay. And this one contains... We just need to get the general look. Right, so... One sec. My math is... There we go. Okay. That should be dead center. Right. I've gotten lucky with game jams that I dealt with. I mean, I've dealt with 3 people. I've dealt with many people in game jams, but 3 people in specific were just really great to work with in that they were willing to learn, right? And in all 3 cases, maybe I'm biased towards it because I ended up in a position where I was basically the lead developer. Well, I shouldn't say lead developer. I was the developer programmer and the lead design. So basically the other 2 in this situation, because it was 2 out of the 3 people I'm talking about here, but the other 2 were not just willing, they wanted to take that seed of, hey, just tell me what to do and then I'll do it. And I just, at that point, my brain shifted gears because I went into that wanting to just do programming and some development. But I didn't think I'd be doing all of the development. And so my brain shifted gears of, okay, this has gone from just a learning moment for me to a teaching moment for them. And so I took the time, learned what I could from them, but at the same time, I made sure to say, hey, listen, you can't, if game dev is what you want to get into, then as an artist, you should also have some game depth. Like you should at least know how to put your art into the engine or put your music into the engine. And that helped them. Like the audio guy, he took off. Like he figured out how to connect velocity to um Unity, and he's just been great. The artist, they're making their own game with another guy. I would work with him, but he speaks Spanish primarily and I don't, so kind of rough. Um but yeah, those two guys have been, well, there's three total, but those two were, they really broadened my perspective on what's needed in a team, in a team for that. I thought it would just be go in, do the job, and pick apart the code later and look at how people did stuff. An autistic savant. He came down like Jesus Christ on a Roman chariot with wings on the horses and the white light shining in the background, touching with your finger just recently touching the finger of God from the sky as the single strand of golden ether. Guys, I have an idea. Yeah, yeah. There you go. You see? Awesome stuff. Yeah, a lot of people say they're atheists. I don't know. It's hard. When I was younger and people said, "Oh, I'm an atheist." I'm listening to them and it's like it that doesn't even sound like atheism, to be honest. It sounds quite like a religion in a lot of cases, but then you bump into the actual atheists and you realize very quickly that even there is a huge distinction between people who tie themselves to an identity and then people who understand and just fell into that identity, kind of, right? Like I think atheism, just people generally, they want to discuss, they pulled into and want to discuss that perspective, and that's interesting in its own way. And then at the same time, it also exposes the idea, right? Because I don't think I think a defining characteristic of an atheist is that it's okay if there is something. There's not an abject rejection of faith or that whole section of stuff. It's not like you're saying, well, this doesn't exist. No one knows that. An atheist simply says, I think that you don't need to make that assumption, which is a respectable position, I think, right? They don't know, I don't know, and they think I'm wrong, but it doesn't matter, and life goes on. I think that's, in my definition of what I've seen as an atheist's definition, that is the closest to a real one, I think. Right. I think you're capturing what I was trying to get to. Like, it's not like you're saying there isn't one and you know that as a fact. It's that you can go through your entire life without making that assumption and you'd be okay. Right? And I can respect that position. It's really just about respecting other people's beliefs and values. At the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Just respecting other people's beliefs and values. That's it. If you can do that much, you already win. Like you've won the internet at that point. Okay, so on the left-hand side, we're going to have this. Not showing, though. Where is it? Oh, it's like super tiny. Ah, this won't work. Then on the right-hand side, man, Unity. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it the easy way. Unity is rough. Okay, Unity with the UI is rough. I'm just put it like that. Ah, it's just rough. Let's do it this way. Make a bunch of panels, right? Name this one. Yeah, that's respectable. I mean, the most important thing is not to be lonely in life. Religion actually fills that void for some people, you know? Like, I think that's where it fits in for most people is the idea of just having a community that's going to be there and you're bonded around an idea. More so than. And of course, there's also the hopeful part of it, right? Like something after death. But it's all about caring and respecting for other people, whatever form that takes. Yeah, this is by far a better implementation. Um, Thank you, Super Rad Maker. I will try to have good luck. I'm just looking up something real quick. I need to double check. I see. Oh, that is rough. That's actually harder to. That might be harder to implement, I thought. Give me a sec. That might be harder to implement than I thought. It depends on if I can find an asset that fits this better. I had I had a dream last night about like how I was going to approach this. And I was hoping that I wouldn't bump into this. We should. Okay, found good. Found something. Whew, that was close. That was close. Okay. That would have been problematic for sure. Okay, let's convert these over to UI. They are single and fly. Well, I mean, I kind of get what you're saying, but I was just I mean, I'm pretty sure you get that I was just joking about the whole autistic descending from the steps and whatnot. But I get what you were saying. I just let my imagination run wild on that one. For sure. For sure. I let my imagination run wild on that. I might have to do some very quick yeah, I'm gonna have to do some very quick work in Sprite. Hold on, before I do this, let me just check. You know what? Hold on. Let's see how far we can go without needing to use Sprite. Yeah. Hello, stepping. Well, you know something, in my time, little things that we do can make us heroes, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone has experienced saving someone's life at some point. I pulled a kid from in front of a moving bus once when we were just waiting at the bus stop for high school, and I remember that, and he remembers that. And just managed to, like, literally within fraction of a second from losing his head. And just, I caught it on the corner of my eye, grabbed him by his collars, and then just pulled him in as hard as I could. I'm sure people probably forget, but everyone has moments like that, I think. It's going good so far. I'm enjoying fiddling around with the UI a little bit. I have an idea of what I'm going to go with. Sort of. All right, let's finish this stuff. This is the overall background. You know what? Let's start like this. We're going to have this. There we go. Oh, no. We're going to have a bunch of panels. UI, panel. Actually, I think I was doing the right thing. I don't know why I did that. There we go. We have the left bar background. And then we have the right bar background. Right? Now we can dump stuff over here. Center. And then we can put in the image. Wait, before we go that far, let's finish the center. So I don't know. I just like I saw the bus coming and I just like for some reason my eyes like my left eye caught the bus in the corner and then my right eye was like I saw that he was just in the direction and my brain just connected the two. My arms just did their thing. Yeah, I'll show you what's being done. You can see it over here. It's just the health bar that I'm setting up. But it's going to be health. So in this game, I'm very inspired by like old school martial arts stuff. Uh, how did that get messed up? Oh, it didn't. Let me fix this. Heck. Still a work in progress. Okay. 35. That should... What do you guys think? Should I make it so that way the sky follows her like very closely like it does right now? Or should I do something more like this? Where there's a kind of like ease up and where it catches up a bit? Or should I get really drastic and go like... Oh, the earthquake? Yeah, if I... So the code for this is actually really... the API, rather, is really simple. I'll show it right now. I pride myself on creating simplistic APIs for my stuff. Because I'm a dumb person, and dumb people need dumb APIs. Hold on. Where is it? There it is. Yep, basically. But this is tied to my right here. This is tied to this action. So just C# delegate inside of my input manager. That's it. So whenever I click, one of these things happen. Sure. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, though. So yeah, basically it's just it's so I originally made it for my rogue keep saying roguelite for my Vampire Survivor clone game. And since I'm using a rigid body on this, we could actually get some nice little changes to happen. Like I could make it so since the character can't jump, you could probably do something to springboard yourself. Where is it? There we go. Up onto that other one. Things like that. I am not sure where I'm going to go with it, but I like it. So far, I'm thinking just for like when you do big attacks, it'll shake the ground and stuff like that. I strive for his approval. But yeah, so I'm just working on putting the UI together for that, just for the health bar. Um. Oh, so what did you guys think? Should I with the weapon? Should I make the weapon like stick close the way it is, or would it be better to have it where is it? Um, where's the weapon? Right here. Okay. Would it be better to like have it like hang out really far back, and then when I stop, it'll start coming towards the correct position? Yeah, I'm that's the kind of look I want to go for with this, where it has that cozy vibe, but then it has a it's like a cozy vibe with an edge kind of look is what I'm trying to get to. There we go. So there's different approaches, right? But one can go with like 2.5D and make like the trees 2D and grass 2D and everything 2D. I wanted to make just the characters 2D. So like all the enemies and things like that will all be 2D, but the world is going to be super simple like this, and then you're going to have like the more detailed parts of the world like this be completely 3D with high fidelity. And that's kind of like what I mean, like cozy but with an edge. Oh, so I'll do it right now. So basically, let's make this bigger so we can see the screen. All right. So first, let's minimize this. The weapon. Here we go. So this is the weapon that is going. This is like its natural position. This is like a very quick way. I can speed it up even faster. Actually, let's make this a little bit closer. There we go. HD 2D. Yeah, you're talking about like Octopath Traveler, like that type of stuff. They've been doing that for a very long time. Um, but Octopath Traveler, they took it to the next level for sure. So this is like really far. So this is just generally how the weapons are going to be from. So this is like it's traveling very far away from me. But when I stop, it will move to like its default idle position. So you mean like the ability to zoom in like that? So you can see like all of the jaggies. There we go. Well, I'm going to implement after I put in the HP bar. I'm going to implement attacking and stuff like that. So basically, it should probably be like 40. And now it will follow very closely. And yeah, I've gotten mixed reactions about the leaves also. I've gotten that some people really like it, the effect. But I did do a lot of consideration about like you see like how right here it reveals what's right here for me. So that's intentional because in my perspective or in my mind, when she gets there, she can see what's around that tree, even though the camera can't, right? So I want to reveal that to the player if there's like an enemy right here or something. The white edge detection? Oh, it's just trying to keep the angles that she should be able to see um, open to the player. Like I tried my best to get there with it. I'm not sure if I want to figure this part out. I think I actually like her slipping and like if she stands on an edge like this, she'll start to slide. I have to kind of just keep adjusting her. Ah, so you want me to be zoomed out like this all the way, Adam? And thank you very much, Steppen. I could do that. It would require adding a second shader, though. I would have to add a sub-shader to it, or... Hmm. I could extend the shader, I think, and just have it check for the distance between the player to the object. It's already doing that right here. Well, actually, this is a trick, an optimization trick. Instead of checking the player, we just get a vector 3 position and then offset it, so that way that part doesn't disappear. All right, it also keeps all of these regular objects that are using the same materials visible. But it's a little expensive to do that. I probably could do it, though. Do a second check for that to get transparency. Hmm. I'll look into it. That's a good idea. It was yesterday that I finished doing all of the setup for this stuff. You know, I actually spent 5 hours dealing with setting up the shader for this, only to realize that in Unity you have to double-click the material in order to validate the material in the engine. So all of my changes were working. I just needed to validate the materials. And I was like, why is it not working? Why is it not working? Only to realize that was it. What I did though, was I left like this canopy. So even though when it dissolves, the moment that you enter into an area with trees, where leaves are definitely above you, like if you zoom in, obviously, there's nothing there. But if you zoom, so like this is like the optimal zoom where you won't end up with all of that stuff, right? But if you zoom all the way out, then yeah, you'll end up being inside of the tunnel. Just under the trees though. I think so. The thing is that I think I already have. I have to look at it, but I think I already have an option for that. Be able to just make a specific segment transparent, right? And so instead of hard dissolving the way it's doing right now, I could just lower the dissolve, and I should be able to get. So basically, keep the strength of the dissolve here, but lower the dissolve effect on the area inside of the dissolved area, and that should give me a transparent look. I have to see if that's a thing. It was I when I made this in Godot, it was. I'm not sure in Unity if it's there. It would be nice if it's there. It would be nice. That's why I like GLSL much more than HLSL. It's just so much more intuitive to design this stuff, so you could like build out that way. Okay. So then if you zoom in, you're always going to get this not claustrophobia. You have me thinking claustrophobia now. You're always going to get this at least canopy over you. And I think from this perspective, you should be able to deal with enemies pretty easily. All right. Thank you very much, Steppen. And have a great day. All right. Let's get back to work. Yeah. I'm not a fan of I've looked at it. I've kept trying to understand the syntax, and I forget more than I learn every time. With GLSL, I could not use it for like a month or two, go back to it, and it's just like it's just picking up the it's like riding a bicycle, it's just getting right back into it, you know? Okay, so we have the left bar, the right bar, the center. So what we want is let's do the left one. Let's stick with one side first and see what happens. So we're gonna do the background. Weird. We need a holder. This should be the this is redonkulous. Hold on. Looks like I'm going to have to do a little bit of shenanigans to fix this. Give me a sec. So instead of this single, we can do multiple. Yes, and that. Sorry. And fly. Hopefully that fixed it. If not, then it looks like... Okay, there we go. Excellent. Still off a little. I see what you're saying. I was thinking of applying the mask anyway, but I wanted to get like an idea of what it would look like in the end before I start doing that. That makes sense. Like, you see how I'm bumping into the problem where the sprite is just off completely? So I need to fix that, which means I might have to take it into A-Sprite. I was thinking. So it's just, I'm ironing out those issues first. Get what I'm saying? Like, once I get the sprite to actually be size and... Right? I think that's good. Perfect. Okay. Like, I get what you're saying. Make the whole thing make the image the mask, and then just make like a red bar and then have this over it. And I get that. That's what I actually thought was going to happen first, but you know what? You know what? Let me cook. I want to see what happens. I'm going to trust the process. Give me a second. Yeah, when you're working with stuff like this, I get it. So you're right. You're not wrong, put it that way. It's just that I'm testing out the assets themselves before I start committing. I want to see like what they look like in play. Okay, this, I think... Oh, this is... I did it backwards. Oh no, we're doing it right. And then... This is what's wrong. What? No. Right this way. How's that look? Right? I think that's all right. I think that's good. And then for the frame, let's actually goof around a little. No, not a fan. Yeah, not a fan. I think this is off also. Let's fix that. I think it wasn't going to be as easy as I thought it was. Yeah. Yeah. Pinching pennies wherever I can. I think this overall I like concept. I think overall I like the move the left out a well, hold on. Let's make sure that oh yeah, we're that room. Like Godot makes this whole process so much simple. And it's weird because I would have never tried doing it this way. There we go. So now the right-hand side is the tricky side, because that's actually going to have a whole bunch of different things that I didn't think about. Right? So I need to come up with a game plan for this. I think I have one. Let's actually open up quick. I think it's a very simple solution. Remember I was telling you before that I like it when I use art that's in grayscale or... Well, get art and not white. Blue. Solution. Such a conundrum is always sprite. Fair. Takala. And since we're in A sprite, we can take the moment. It's only gonna take me like 1 second. There we go. Take a quick to actually set these things to the size. It's crazy that done. Save this out as a JPEG. Or I think they're PNG. Save it out as a PNG. Close up Ace. And drag it in. Ah, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? I think I just had the mic too far away from me. Yeah, that was my fault. I lost my part for the mic, so it's kind of... It keeps falling off, but whatever. Thank you for letting me know. Here's a funny little thing. Every time I save something out or export it out with Asprite, I always forget where Asprite puts it. Now I gotta reopen Asprite, then file recent. Go. And let's... It is... doesn't tell me. I just... At least I know the name of it now. It is Sprite 000... Let's check my desktop. Nope, not there. Nope, not there. All right. Hey, Sprite, where are you putting in my stuff? Where it is putting it... It says it's putting it on my desktop. It's like it wants me to do this, so I'll do it this way. Okay, sure. All right, now it should be there. Nope, it isn't. A Sprite. All right, let's put it into a folder with that only it will exist in. Yeah, it's just it's me being silly. Like it's just me being stupid. I could be so much better at this. Okay, let's try this again. Export. And made an art folder. Save. Okay, now let's go to the art folder and it should be there. Art. Art folder. And the folder is empty. What the heck? Okay, so I knew it wasn't me going crazy. It's literally not putting things in places that it says it's putting it. Okay. Okay, let's check that art folder one more time. Looks like it's still empty. Hey, it's there. Okay. I think even though I was selecting to put it as a PNG, you have to select it twice. So like when you're actually saving it and it opens up the Explorer, you have to reselect the type again, which is weird because by default you set it to PNG type, and then when you actually go to save it, you have to do that again. I didn't catch on to that. It doesn't even tell you that it failed to save it, so it's super weird. This is the project. And let's just drop. So yeah, I just took the same image, but this time I okay. Yeah, okay. I took the same image, but this time I applied grayscale. And we're going to convert this over, and we will make it a single. Apply. There we go. So now we can just follow the same pattern here. Image. So you're going to see what's happening. So in this game, it's going to be based on a lot of like martial arts stories and how they set things up there. And in a lot of those stories, I'm talking about like the fantasy ones. So in a lot of them, they don't have like direct mana, quote unquote. They have variations of direct mana, right? So they have just that and then the variations of it. So you have like death mana, uh, killing intent mana, holy mana, and all kinds, fire, and everything like that. So there needs to be a way, in my mind, I was dreaming up a way of how to represent that on a bar. So HP is just HP, it's going to be doing its thing. And the bar on the right is going to be, start off with just the single. And let's just throw in that gray image. So now with this, we could always just change it to like blue. I would have hoped for a stronger blue, but I guess that's the strongest blue it can get. Yeah, I guess you could say that in a way, but these are like resources, right? So the way that they usually do it is think of it like a weird composition of both a resource pool, strength, and resistance, all in being represented by this one type. So a person with like high, let's say, holy or divine energy might have like a trade-off weakness and trade-off resistance to something else. And then versus another person with holy energy, they would, or divine, whatever, if they have a lower amount of divine energy when they go to attack you, they might not be as effective against your resistance. But at the same time, the more you use it, the more you're consuming from that pool. Right? So that's where my mind went with it. And so to kind of try to get this, I'm going to just test this out real quick and see if it works. And let's make this one yellow. Okay. And I think if we go like that, that might give us a good shot of representing both bars. Why is this one so... Oh, gotcha. Interesting. Hold on a second. Let's turn these... Oh. Yeah, I was being dumb. So this is 320. Good. So let's set this to 0. This is supposed to be 300. There we go. Okay, Unity is just finally catching on to what I was trying to do. Correct. And so the game would be kind of more around the strength of regeneration rate, right? So like as you level up, your rate of regeneration in those specific pools, like as you master them, things increases, which comes with the obvious benefit of keeping more topped up in those pools as you go along. Right, and then at the same time, it provides the same type of gameplay that I like a lot, like in games like Warframe, where you get to just pop off on abilities a lot. Right? You're just using all of your spells and everything, is spam it as much as you like, but that doesn't necessarily equate to your OP. It just means everybody's spamming. Which is the point, right? It's supposed to be an ARPG type of bullet hell kind of game, is what I'm going for, as far as the combat goes. And then the fishing and stuff like that is everything else that you can do. Like, I'm not sure if I'm going to go all the way with like farming and stuff like that, but we're going in that direction. Okay. So we have it at the right size. Let's set this up properly first before we jump in. That way it's just easier to see. Okay, now the first one. I think you have to hold control when you do this. And then Unity won't adjust the other one. Yep, there we go. But for like fine-tuning stuff like that, there we go. Did it work? Looks like it did. All right. So now let's introduce those other bars. So now this one, I guess let's try to make it a child of this and see what happens for it. All right. I know what I'm going for, but it's not... I don't think this is a good setup. Maybe... like that. That. There we go. Oh, wait. Durr. Just do this, I think. Keep everything the same. We have to have a sustainable way of getting this done. You know what? Let's just delete this one. duplicate this, change the color, and then just hmm, there we go. Right, and then the center panel, we can shrink it a bit. So, so would it be something like, so growth within certain types of magic could be how efficient? So I think we've accomplished as much as we need to accomplish with the UI here. This is what I wanted to just get there and see like what it looked like before I went forward with something else. But it looks okay. It won't work though. I think the solution is going to be to have probably nodes over here for each mana reservoir or something like where the type of mana reservoir, and you can just continue to build out nodes the more of them that you get. I think that's the ticket. As cool as this would have been, I don't think this is the right way. I like it though. Too. Right? I don't like that the background bar is straight black though. That's annoying to me. But we could easily change that. There it is. Whoops. There we go. So now we can make this more attuned to the actual color scheme of the game. I think fits closer to almondish color. Looking for pastel. That's close. Almost looks greenish. know what? Let's go with black again. But let's add some transparency. And I think that's good. Or let's actually go with white. Increase the transparency. All right, we're not going to go with lack of imagination black on this one. Just going to go with that for now. We could always change it later. All right. This is as bright as yellow as Unity will allow me to get. You'd almost think that shadows were affecting this. All right. Let's still disable this for now. Sure. Run it, see what happens. Okay, it looks all right. We have to turn those into actual prefabs in a second, but that looks good. I think we should probably do the code for making it so that way like objects like the trees and stuff like that will bounce with the terrain. Maybe that should be next. Or should I put in the weapon animation next? I think I'm going to do weapon animation first. Do that. So we already have an animation for the weapon that I had made previously. Let's player. Okay, this is what it looks like. It should be on the weapon. There we go. So this is the idle you've seen being played. This is the weapon's attack. Pretty cool. So it took me a second to try to remember how Unity wants to handle this with the animator. So I think the way I'm going to take care of this is we're going to create a parameter over here. Yeah, we're going to create a parameter over here. And we're going to put any state over here. So the idea is we can have a bunch of different attacks that are possible from the weapon. So we're just going to create an empty. Right? And each one of these will go back to the idle state. Right? And then any state will go into any one of these three. We just need to create some parameters. So I think in this case, the parameter for attack 1 right? And we make that a trigger. And we'll just keep doing this. Okay. So triggers are kind of like bools, but they're just like a one-time thing. The moment that you go into them, these become untrue. Like the moment that they're called up, they're no longer active. So in order for this to not to function properly, we're going to leave this property on, has exit time, which should make it so that way the animations have to complete their exit time, which is reach right here, before it transitions back to idle. So yeah, let's see if this works. The first transition is okay. This is supposed to set up towards a larger system, right? And we're gonna actually call this one attack. Call it 3. So we're gonna actually remove this, and we're gonna create one. There we go. And this is going to be attack 1. Okay. Now we should be able to apply a condition. A condition to this. I just can't remember where we applied it. Is it here? This is the animation. It should be on the little triangle. Oh, here we go. It's right in front of me. So yeah, attack 1. Sorry. And attack 3. So now, no matter what state we're in, we'll transition to the next attack once the trigger is called, is the idea. And all 3 of them will lead back to idle. Alright. So now, in Godot, you could get away with programming this in. But you can't do that in you can't do that in Unity. Right? So in Unity, what we have to do is we need to create an override, an animation override. And that animation override is going to be for the different weapons. When we equip a weapon, or should it be for the character? I think we need to make a weapon animation override. It'll be something that is for the character, because the character could have abilities that will change the animation that are on the weapons. So the weapons are the only animation the weapon keeps for itself is idle. Maybe we could change that too. But everything else is based on what the player has. Even idle, yeah. All of them is based on what the player currently has for this weapon. Weapon will, on equip, inform the player what its idle animation is, as well as what its attacks that it comes with. If it has like a default attack, which this one will, it'll inform it, hey, attack 1 should be this. And attack 1 will always be just the default left-click attack. This one would probably be like left-click, and if you are still left-clicking, then do this, and then if you're still in the middle of this and then you do this, things like that. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I think that's it. So, all right. Let's give it a shot. So first we're going to make the override animation. We have a weapon, scythe, and it comes with, or we had tried to make an override for it before. We're going to delete this. Instead, what we want to do is we're going to programmatically make the override. You don't need that override, right? Yeah, we're going to programmatically create the override. Then we're going to assign that override's animation to the weapon animation controller to being the current weapons controller. So where does that live? Where is it? Okay. So this is the weapon handler script. And the weapon handler close some. Right. So weapon base is where the information about the weapon is. This is like where the collision can happen and all this other stuff. It'll push out information. We're going to have to hit this in a second. But for now, what we care about is over here. Let's start off with the player, though. So we do know that the player is going to need some method of... player already has way too much going on it. So let's start with cleaning up the player. We're going to make an actor class, and we're going to dump the movement stuff into the actor class, and then just have this inherit the actor. Right? And we're going to dump this into like movement. Yeah, okay. Okay, so just about everything except click area can go up a level. Right? Let's move that all up. And yeah, okay. All right, take care, man. And thank you for joining me. All right, so let's do this. Components. So we're going to make a actor class. Then we're going to do actor movement. Have a great day. Oh, Unity. Okay. So actor is just not going to have anything in it right now. Our base class, basically. As soon as Unity will let me switch out. Core. As soon as Unity will let me switch. There we go, finally. And where are you now? Player. Hey, I was thinking about throwing this into a script role object, the whole logic of this. That's what I was playing around with, but I realized that there's just too many things that I want to have access to over here. And I don't like the idea of digging into my projects to make changes that I might feel down the road, you know? So let's start off with just grabbing that stuff. You know what? Let's grab... We can grab iCombatant information, bring it up to the actor level. All actors are combatants, potentially, in this. Yeah. So the hurt area... Let's start with the rigid body. The rigid body... Let's start with this stuff first. So let's make this all protected. Okay, and let's bring this up to the actor movement level. And we can get rid of this now. I think this can be moved. Because these are things that are not unique to the player, so the enemies will be inheriting actor movement also. Right? The rigid body can also be moved up. Right? And so, speaking of, we can do this over here. So... Oh, we also need to do this. This is an abstract. well as this. I think everything here can stay. The other parts that need to go are this, this, yep, there we go. Nope, translate direction goes back down. Animation stays. And I think this part can go up to the actor level. We need to solve that in a second. I think the animator could also go up to that. There we go. All right. I think we're good. Oh, we have 2 errors here. What are they? Oh. There we go. Okay, actor is now perfectly fine. Actor movement, now fine. And the player still needs update direction. There we go. All right. Anything else that needs to be moved up? I think that's it. Okay. I think we would gain. You know what? Let's focus in on what we need to do now. So now we need to get the So we know that the actor is where combat lives, right? If the actor is there, then it can combat. So let's make a slot for make a slot for the weapon handler, right? And then we'll have this here. Is a protected virtual well, actually I think this is enumerator. At the player level, weapon handler. Oh, there it is. Is this it? No, this is the game manager. Uh, where is it? Ah, here we go. Is it called somewhere? It is. No, this is. I need to call it. Actually, we don't need to do that. Right? Do on enable, on disable. And then we can do Okay, so now we just need a... So what's going on with the weapon handler? Can we just like code it in, or do we have to make a prefab? I think we have to... Oh no. 25 and 0.35 will handle. So let's separate this out a second. Let's make this a prefab. Okay, there. So now this will generate a new weapon handler for us. Prefab, and we will, even if we don't have something, as long as we are registering, initialize this or reinitialize. And that should be it, as far as the weapon handler goes. Every time we do this, it's basically just stuff. Oop. So now the animator is up here, which also means that the animations for the skills or the attacks up here. Well, normally you'd want to make a new class for this, but I think like it's okay to just make a field because we're just testing stuff out. Make a field for a series. Animation clip. Okay. This will be the attack that we're going to be adding to the override. Right? And for testing, doing it right here and on enable. All right, so intuitively, I'm just trying to do like add animation. Right? And we've decided that the override lives on the weapon handler. Right? I think that's the direction we want to go with it. So in the weapon handler, make it public also. Oh, there it is. Right, so when we initialize, oh, whoops. I think the override controller is a component, right? So we can't do it this way. Gotta do. Oh, it's not a component. That's right, that's right. It is I think it's a scriptable object. All right, we got to go back to Unity. Oh, weapon. So actually, first let's walk through it. First, we're going to do new. What is this? Class Unity. It is runtime anim. Oh, it's not. It's just its own thing. It's a inheriting object. Okay. So if it inherits object, we can do this. Okay. Right. So then when we do equip, we get the weapon. Weapon base. Or current weapon. Animator. So we have to do two things. The override controller. Is that how you do it? Only one way to find out. We have to go back to Unity and take a look. Can we put the animator here? And even though its name is animator, animation. Is that what it is? Or is it that the animator inherits visiting? I got no salt on this. Okay. Well, regardless, we set this will fit into this animator. Which it takes care of on its own at runtime. No, it's not the same thing. Now we can't use. This is just. Go back one sec. Art. Make a override. Okay. So the override is looking for an animation controller. This is Gotcha. Okay. I know what to do now. There we go. That's what we're looking for. So now the animator that we pass through the animation folder that is right, because this weapon comes with an animation controller, and it will come with a runtime animator on it that has like all of the default weapon attacks and stuff. We pass that into being the runtime animation controller on the override that we're just creating now. And now that we've done that, so now that we've done that, this is hooked up like how it would have been hooked up first in the thing. Go back a little. So the override, we just set this part up. Is then going to take this, populate it with this, and then this whole thing, the override section, should be filled with the rest of the options. Right? So whatever stuff that weapon base is coming with, it's going to populate here. So now from this point on, whenever we change the information of this controller, override controller, this will act accordingly. This will tell this to attack accordingly. Okay. So now, sorry. So now, I think that's it. If override controllers, that's it. Now the override controller. Let's go and clean up this thing real quick. There's a ton of stuff we don't need. Oh. You don't need to worry about this. It already comes with its own idle on the weapon. We're just going to comment this out. When we get here, we get here. Player looking. Player is got a problem here. Did. Okay. I think that's it. We are pretty much set on the initialization. A little bit of a mouthful, but got there. So now we're back here. So when we do this, we do the initialize, which is going to create all of that extra stuff. But for the testing purposes, we need a function like setClip, then set attack1 being the weapon attack that we're going to be testing out here. And then in the player script, going to copy that. And so, yeah. My brain is a little bit loopy right now on this fact. But basically, I would rather not... If it was up to me, I wouldn't use a string for this. But I think the animator wants me to use a string. Right? Like if it was up to me, I would just pass the clip through on its own. But I think we need to pass this through as for the parameter. So technically, I think what we could do, we can get the parameter based on the button that we've pressed. We can assume that, or the conditions around the button. So we have to think about these two things separate. The animation, we can actually just pass through a clip, and then based on the context, we can apply that clip and play. But I don't like that because I would rather have the overrides set ahead of time. Right? That way, the animator has context for the transition that it's going to make to the next animation. So I think this is the right way. It's gonna have to be it. Okay. Play. Weapon handler. Play attack 1. Okay. All right, let's go to the weapon handler. So we know that the weapon handler needs two things. It needs set clip, and it needs... Okay. What is this? It's an array. I think we have to do this one. Okay. So now keep things simple for me. What? Retrieves all animation clips by the controller. Returns a list. And their override animation. I'm just messing with stuff now. It just like saw options, so now I'm curious. I see. That's a curious way of setting it up. Basically, just making a clip comparison. We're going to have to run some tests, is what it looks like, in order to find out what's in these things. Right. So, animation controller over clips. Oh, that's no longer a thing, apparently. What about that? Okay. I think this is going to want to return nothing. Right? This is going to return absolutely nothing. So we're going to call this set clip. We should call it, just follow the process. We're going to register, generate the weapon handler, try to initialize. And then if the weapon attack is not null, we will try to set the clip. So we need a couple of things here. We need to get the weapon prefab, and we need to put in a weapon attack clip. Let's do that now. And then this should be able to go through, and we should be able to get a printout on what we're looking at. That I think, as soon as Unity wants to finish, there we go. I think what we're looking at is the list. I think what we're looking at is this. this right here. So it should just return nothing, right? Because there shouldn't be anything in there. While we're at it, let's go here and right, just to see like the count. The count should be 0. If there's stuff in it, that means that we're reading this. We need to still plug this stuff. Where's it? Layer. Layer. There it is. Hey, my value's stuck. Okay, so we need access to... I don't think we made a hurt box for this, no. Need access to the weapon handler prefab. Yep, there it is. Prefabs. Right, and we don't really need a weapon handler prefab. I'm just going to put it there for the future. But right now, because we have this. Right, and we've designed it in such a way that we shouldn't get an issue with that. I'm going to put this back as the child of that. And we need a clip. Neutral attack. Right? So it's going to try to populate it with that clip, and then we will see issue. Check it out. Yep, okay. Perfect. Why did it give me a no? Ah, there's no hurt area. What was calling it? Oh, the combat manager. Okay, so that answered that question, right? We now know what we're looking at. So what we actually want isn't this. There we go. Okay, so now let's try it. This should give us 1, 2, 3, 4 clips. I think. As soon as Unity wants me to go back, there we go. We're calling the set clip. Do we ever set this? I know we set it up to do it, but I need to find out. Yeah, we have to use equip weapon first before we do this. Grr. We do have a weapon base. So what we can do as a temporary measure is we can do okay, so it's doing it properly now. It reads that we have one weapon. Or rather, one animation. So that isn't what we're looking for. It should read 4. Right? Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, but this is the only clip we have. But it's not reading these 3 because there's no clips attached to them. I'm curious, what happens if I do this? Yeah. It will only read 1. Huh. What are these called? Yeah, they're called states. What are they? What is that? No, I was right. I don't think you can do it programmatically. We hit the first wall, folks. We hit the wall. There must be some way to get this thing. Maybe it's in the animator? Not bad. So how about this? Yeah. But if I close this, it doesn't make sense. If I close the animator, close the tabs, and I open up the animator again, they're there. It knows that these are here. So something is allowing it to understand that these states are a real thing. Like, you can't just fill them with an empty state. Maybe I can make an empty animation and then just plug one in each one. And it'll read it that way, I guess. But then the name is the issue, right? Because then it's using the animation clip's name rather than the name of the state. So bad. Really bad. All right, let's go back real quick. That didn't work out how I thought it was going. No reason to be upset about it. Need to take a second to think. We were being too complicated. Where do I go? I think we're just let's take a second, unwind from that. Yeah, I just was getting way too complicated in my approach. Don't like that. Even the think maybe I should just go with pure white. I don't know. I don't know. Nothing shows here. Only show idle. Maybe I didn't save it. Maybe what would maybe I'm gonna try putting just neutral attack and eat. Okay. Then if I do this, we'll override will attack. Darn it. We need to think about it differently. Do we need to use the animation override controller? Because what we have here are states. And when we enter this state, we want a specific animation to play that's tied to that state. But the override controller doesn't care about states, it just cares about the name of the animations. We have to care about the states, do we? Does it make a difference? If the player left clicks, let's say left click is attack 1, right click is attack 2. Right? If we, yeah, we have to care. I mean, the alternative is we track like the alternative is we set the clips at runtime. Right? Or better yet, we evaluate the controller. No. I think I need to do a little research. Let's look. Okay, so I think we have an issue or some weird things going on. I think the animator does weird things. So does the animation override. Right? I think that it does weird things. Oh. Yeah, it does weird things. Okay, and then when we hit play, I think it's on the weapon, so in this case, I don't know if this is going to work. I've never approached it this way. Um, I think it's just attack and attack. So we actually want to. There we go. Okay. I think it's turning it into the hash of the string. What I think is happening. I don't know. Like I said, it does weird things. Crash my bob. Not crash. Happens if I left click? Nothing. Weapon even idling? Let's click the weapon. There we go. That is very weird. It should weapon should target based on. Oh, it's target. I think it's. Oh, it's fine. It's just in the wrong direction. I get you. But then when I do this, oops. I think the weapon is just. Gotcha. Okay, I know what to do. I think I should be in the weapon. But this doesn't work. Yeah, that's it. Oh, actually. Should be. Yep, there we go. Never mind. It was closer, but it wasn't the way it should look. Hmm. Didn't expect this. All right, let's find out what's happening with the proper. Uh, the object itself could just be in a very bad situation. It's full. Oh. Its forward is actually the world's forward. Gotcha. So when we tell it forward, when we were looking at it originally, This is actually backwards. Forwards is facing away from the... So... And the animations are designed in this direction. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Oh, that would mean that this would be the solution. Right? Just do this. Suddenly everything would be fixed. It's a fix, but it isn't the fix. Ah? That's not right. That's just completely backward. Oh, that's because this whole thing changed. Yeah, the actual... Oh, wait. Can we do this? Well, let me... Nope. Yeah, I have to redesign the animation. That's the solution. It's kind of crazy. Not gonna lie, that's kind of crazy. You know what? Before we do that, let's get left click at least working. So okay, so let's get left click working. First, let's actually check if it's working. And it could just be that the conditions are go up one level. Act 1 was the condition. And we do have Act 1 there. It could be that we need to get rid of this. We want to actually reset all triggers, but it's... Yep, left click is working. It was that reset that I did. Always attacking behind me. At least we know the transition looks nice. Problem is... Such a weird problem to bump into, I swear. Alright, well, I mean, the attacks are working, left click is working. Let's go and fix the animation. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, this is... This is temporary again. Let me actually mark it off. Shouldn't be doing this here. Alright, so whenever we get a skill, whatever, and the player assigns that skill to like being their second hit in their combo, then we call set clip here and it will update the animation override. Right? So change it out for that clip. Right? Otherwise, that button will just be defaulted to whatever, handling the default on its own. I think that's basically I think that's basically what we wanted. Sort of. Maybe. Possibly. um Possibly. Okay. It looks like this was the a valid approach. Like I said, I think I was just making it really complicated in my head. Hopefully, this is right. But I think what this is, let's change the name of this. So this will replace the state on the controller with this clip or override it. So then when we call this condition, if it has that, then that's the case. So actually what we want to do here is we want to reset all the triggers. I think it's parameter. Nice. There we go. That should reset the triggers just in case. That's the only downside with triggers. Sometimes you'll transition out before a trigger comes off. So just resetting them is a safe way of using them. So instead of play, we can name this attack. Then on the player, do that. Okay. Let's go back and fix that animation. Let's double check what was wrong with it again. I think it was just aiming in the opposite direction from where she was facing. Yeah. We also need to give it a cooldown. There's so many problems with it. Crazy thing is, the idle animation is broken too, now that I look at it. Scythe is facing in the wrong direction. I don't like that bar. I'm gonna change that. I think I don't like it. I'm gonna change it. Okay. Oops. So actually, the weapon is facing the correct direction. I am absolutely lost. Like, completely lost right now. Let's run it and see what happens. The weapon's direction based on the enemy. Is that what's happening? And it's... What is going on? Weapons forward is actually correct. Huh. I don't know what to do. I legit am lost. I'm completely lost. I don't know what to do. What is going on here? Like this. The weapons forward is the forward. Huh. Idle. This should be what it does on idle. What does it actually do? I think it flips. So once we fix idle, we fix everything. No, idle is... Alright, let's look at the attack animation. Find out what the heck is going on. The Z is what I care about, I think. Oh, wait, what? Did I change something? That's just going the wrong way, period. I think I must have changed a rotation something. So by this point, what would it take to flip it completely? Nope. I don't know. Something... Was it the weapon? We checked it. Oh yeah, I flipped this. There we go. So yeah, let's go back a step. If we get idle, this is what idle should look like. When we play, this is what idle looks like. See, the weapon flips. So if we get idle to look right, and I think the easiest way to do that first. 180. Okay, so I think that's the bet. Let's do that. Do we need to do that? 1 sec. What happened? Yeah, no, we. This is it. We have to do it. Otherwise, the math is like completely bonked. Like I could do it like this, I think. Right? And then when we go here, okay. Right? But that doesn't solve anything. Because if when we attack, we are actually handling some rotational. So the attack needs. So we have to do it in the animator. But there we go. Can't just do this and then say, "Hey, it worked." Don't work that way. Do it in the animator. Okay. We thought we were slick. It gives us a good idea of trick to the animation process is to keep it looking smooth. Is just end where you started off, and never put anything that would turn on or off another component at the end. Always put it somewhere in the beginning, because sometimes you're transitioning, and if you transition out too early, you won't execute on stuff. So if you have like events over here, it tends to be, you got to make sure that you're actually getting there when your animation is coming. Okay. So the idle is fixed. Neutral attack is the only one. The neutral attack started off like this. We're looking. Wow, this is a cool attack, like a jab. That's not what I'm going. So first we go to the side. Right, but we should already be like over. And then talk back. And a quick jab. Right? Oh, oh, nope, 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 nope. Misclicked. Ah. Okay. Clap. And we're back. Right, we could just take this. Put it here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, there was no better way to handle that. That was the way. All right, let's give it a shot. Are you serious? What is going on here? That makes like 0 sense. I don't understand. Don't understand. It hurts. I mean, if I wanted the attack to be behind me, I guess that would be great. What else is going on? Is the weapon backwards? It's fine. This is starting off at 1. What the heck is going on here? Why? The animation all the way over there. What am I missing? There's something very obvious. I thought by flipping the rotation to 180 that things would play out the way they're supposed to. Like, if I run this animation here, now what happens? This is assuming that when we stop, this thing is facing, the beak is facing to the other direction. now the beak is facing that direction. Bad. When we attack, beak is always facing. Beak should be facing the other way. Why are we mirroring? I don't understand the logistics of this. Right, when we idle, that's what it is, and then when we attack, beak is still facing to the left. That, and when we idle, beak is facing. Something is weird. Neutral. Set this to -180. Regardless, it feels like I'm missing something very... You know what? Whatever. Let's finish up the animation a little bit. So what about right here? Yeah, right there. We're gonna turn on the collider. And then about right there. We'll turn it off. So we pull it out and we start swinging about there. Bring it back one step. And we do a quick poke and we come back. Nice. Yeah, while we're here, might as well handle that part. The next thing is... So we did 180. 180, or sorry, we did 0. 0 makes you attack in the reverse direction. We do 180. 180 makes you attack in the reverse direction. So something else is happening here, and I can't figure this thing out for the life of me. Right? It has to be programmatic. Like, maybe I wrote transform in the wrong spot. Let's take a look. What's this? This thing should not really change much rotation at all. It should just be based on looking at this thing, at the mouse. Okay. And then we attack. Let's look at the scythes forward. Okay. So when we attack, the scythes forward is always away from us. Ah. We just need to make it so the scythes forward is towards us. I don't understand. All right. And then when we're over here, scythes forward is towards us. When we go to neutral attack, scythes forward, basically towards us. Don't get it. Get it at all. think I need to take a water break. I'm gonna get some water. Be right back. All right, let's get back to it. All right, so the main issue that I left off with was the animation. So in this case, I have negative 180. The weapon is at 0. If I go to this, what is the weapon at? Any day now. Any day now. I think there's a null reference. Probably old. It's that pro-ish. Not like gone completely. Oh, it is. It's reversed. This way is... Okay. This is correct. 180 is correct. Okay. I'm beginning to understand what's going on here. This needs to be 180. Right? And so this, now we're at a good starting point because we're facing this direction. So it needs to be 180. So now this, run through the idle. Yeah, we're gonna keep it like that. Negative 180. I like it with scythe on the. Meanwhile, we do neutral attack. Yep, there we go. Now we solved our problem. See, a small break helps. Okay, so let's just take a look at this. Let's bring this to 0. Bring this. Add 180. Just need to get the angles correct first, and then we'll change up to. Oh, I think we forgot to do. Ah, I see what the problem is. There we go. Well, hold on a second. Idle is what? Negative 180. So we're actually going to keep all of the negative 180. Is that what it is? No. Let's stop for a second. I want this to be... want any of this 180. Just be zeroed out. Keep it simple. Let's start fixing idle. I like it on the other side. Don't want these. Okay. Since we are here... Oh. There we go. Okay. Since we are here, we should also do this. Turn this collider off. Just making sure that our collider is off when we're... Right? Next, we want to go... let's save the control attack. Okay, so we're starting off with 0. I don't even have a... I think we can plus 180. Oh, I think this was... Okay. All right. Let's try it out to see what happens. Beautiful. Yeah, okay. So, you know what it is? It's just me being silly. Basically, because the character starts off facing against B, um the weapon itself isn't actually welded to the object. So I had to remember that the object has to actually there we go. That feels better. I like it. Okay. Does it give me... Oh, it doesn't. There's some weird artifacting happening with shadows. Hmm. Like it simplifies the shadows when I get for some of the this one, but then this one it didn't. I think it's just any object within that cone. Can you climb it or not? Go up the steps. Nope, she can't climb. Okay. Thought she could climb for a sec. I mean, technically it is climbing. Technically it's not. What is happening here is that the object that is detecting the ground has a slight area that it picks up as the ground. That this area wall. So because I put it all on the same layer, it will attempt to try to walk up it. And because of the nature of that, yeah, can't do it. Because it's just how things work. I mean, it's very easy to fix. Right? Now you just can't get that high. Have to do that kind of in order to try to get there. It's tricky. But I'm not worried about it because well, I'm not worried. Oh, crash. Okay. Accidentally hit Control Z on the editor. I'm not worried about it because when I'm ready, I'm going to actually have a barrier here, or I could just change these to a wall layer instead of a ground layer, which makes more sense. Okay, let's finish some UI stuff because we're going to need that HP for what's next, which is enemies. Just happy we actually let's make another attack. Let's make an attack combo and test if that overrides system. So the first attack is going to be that. Second attack will be a, let's say, a slash upwards. So it's going to come in, going to go back behind her and then come in from the other side, slash upwards to knock up target. And then the last slash will be she throws it forward a little and then it's going to spiral in front of her and then go back to her. So poke side, uppercut, spiral, and return. Right? So that also means that we need to implement a cooldown for attack. Can we do this instead? Hey, we can. Nope, we can't. Is there uh we need some way of getting the clip. I thought to make it lock it in here. I realized we don't actually know. One sec. Animator. We would just have to make these two the same names. That's the only trick. right? But I think this is the only way. If that's the case, we don't need to get that. We can just do clip. And let's do times... Wait. All right, let's see if this works. Yep. Okay. Then next we want to create a combo window. I don't think this should control that, should it? Or should the player control it directly? You know what? Let's just make it right. Let's just go. Sorry. Let's just go back to the player. Okay. So attack 2 is what we're trying to get done. Go back up to actor real quick. Good stuff. Next. We have to hook in layers. We have a right click. Oh no, guess we don't. Nope, we don't have one. Need to make one. Okay. All right. That should be it. Next. Hook that in. Okay. Now we need to make that new animation. This one is going to be... What was it? It was an uppercut, right? Yeah, that was the second one. So after we make the next two animations, then we'll hook them together into a combo string. Right? But it has to be modular. All right, so the next animation, go and create a clip. What just happened? Just picked a random folder to try to drop it in. Funny. Okay. So, very first thing that we want to do want to zero out. Actually, we want to put an idle real quick. Get that idle position. And neutral. Gotcha. Ah, doesn't let me paste it. It doesn't let you pay. I copied it, tried to paste it, but 016. No, technically it should just be zeroed out. Um, okay, so I think we're going to have, it's going to go here, and it's going to come from the right hand, the quick uppercut. Maybe a double move, a slash uppercut. I think my friend called it de-winging the butterfly. Slash, slash up, slash down. Or maybe it should be a slash down, slash up, and then that will reset it back. Let's do that. 1, 1, 2. Okay. And on this frame we turn. Trail on. Okay. I usually give myself some space on the animation when I'm creating, just so that way I could like see it more slowly as it's playing. You could always just slow it down, slow the playback down, but I just do it this way first and then just shrink it as needed. Okay, so with that said, let's so the first thing is this is a downward slash. So it should go up, come down really fast. Shift over. It should come down on the left-hand side, or her left, enemy's right, and then come up to the right-hand side. In by rotating this way at the same time, getting into that position at the same time, not too. Give her an. I think that might be a little bit. There we go. And at about here, should be very far deep into the ford. Here, much lower. Don't want to be that far out. Okay, and we also want to rotate. Oh, even number that. Okay. Good stuff. Then we do the uppercut. That looks cool. Okay. Let's fix the timing up now. Bit longer, but okay. Okay. What about right when we want to turn on? Oh, board. I turn that on. That right here. We should probably Or should it be 2 hits? I think it should be 2 hits. I think it should just be 1 hit, but does double the damage. What about there? We turn. Okay. Moment of truth. This is the moment of truth. Attach it to this. Go to art, weapon, upper switch. Player. This should now be our right click. See if that worked. Left click is fine. Nothing on right click. Nothing. Let's check. Yep, we're getting there. Did we forget to set it? I think we forgot to set it. No, he did it. He did set clip, right? Who reference it? Yeah. Hmm. This is weird, because regardless, it should still fire off the default one at the minimum. Might be a little bit too fast. Like, can't really track what's happening. Maybe I should space it out a little. I don't know. Let's leave it that way for now. Let's see if we're actually setting it. So we do know we're getting all the way through. Right? And the condition is attack 2. We're getting the correct condition. Print. Dot. Yep, it did set them. We have no hurt area. Should probably make one at some. After this, I'll make one. Let's do a little debugging quick. Want to learn a little bit more about what's going on here. So when I do right click, Act 2. So if I do left click, Act 2 is what's going off. Conditions attack 1. Ah, yeah, let's fix that. Might not be a program issue, might just be a setup issue. One. Right, there we go. Okay, so now it's working fine. This is what I expected to have happen. Right? Well, I mean, this is bad, but still, it's better than what was happening before. So let's take a look at. We might have forgotten to do. I think we forgot to. Yep. I think we forgot that. Um, I think we're supposed to add a add component. Huh. I could have sworn that we were supposed to. Hmm. I think over here in this control post. Okay, my brain. Give me a second. I think what I need to do is take this controller. Where is it? Take this controller, that, and then you do current weapon, animator, and it is the controller equal to override. I think that's it. Right? I think that's where my brain was going for a loop when I tried this. Did I crash? Oh, console. Huh. All right, let's follow my logic. First, we create a new copy of programmatic, and then something neutral attack. Where the heck is upper swing coming from? So weird. Like, I did not set neutral. Oh, it's over here. That's weird. So annoying. this. Think. What do you? The main problem here is that this represents the animation clips are in. Want that? What I want is for it to represent states that override the states different regardless of whatever anime. Okay, I think these things have a class to try to find it. Sorry. Okay. Okay, they don't have something. All right. We have to make a helper. So okay, so now we need a reference. Called. Oh, son. Did it over here. Ah, if it fails through. Hey. Where are you? I want to know two things. Also, that has a mold. Care about? No, we don't. Yeah. Forget about override controller. So we created a pretty useful little tool right here, get state. this will get a state from. This is something that I think the animator. I don't know why it doesn't exist. This is something. This is basically just doing this. Hopefully it works. This would basically just be getting me each one of these different states, regardless of what layer. And now we can directly now what I don't know is if changing it at runtime changes it for everyone. It does, and well, there's a quick way to find it. Quick way to find. Uh, yep. Okay, we're fine. All right, so we're good with that. This should now set the clip here. Clip what's happening. Don't need this anymore. So what we probably want to do 8. I do it all the time, but I forget every time. Oh wow, got wrapped up. Hello, Elian. Allison. BRJK? Sorry about that. Was hyper focused. Still there. Not sure what that means. OJ. Let's get back. We have compile errors. All right, I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. All right, so basically, if we are going to different weapon stuff, this will store the last weapon um, abilities and attacks. Just a temporary thing. Nice to have it there. Hey, what's going on? Uh, no, it's a plane? Oh, oh dear Lord. Okay. Get rid of a lot of the warning. Yeah. Fair. Okay. All right, let's try this out. See. Getting a ton of these obsolete old. Warning them. No reference exception. No, it's right. Right. Thing has been handled. Controller storage is no. It should never. Unless this is right. Forgot to set the aim on the weapon. Hit accept. All right, let's try it now. Oh, object ref. What are you getting here? Let's run through this. Storage. It's going to be print. Tries to find a map. Doesn't. Add it to the... Right. Okay, we stop at A. And we're not assigned. What's the logic? First thing we do is if the doofus do have the... Gotcha, that's the problem. Do this early. There we go. Okay. Moment of truth does left clicking at click. Nice. Very nice. Happy with it. That is a little bit too fast. Slow it down a bit. Okay. Need to do a little... bigger area to hit, but I think I know what it is. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I think that's. Let's spread it out. Let's get 1 second. Very short range. Has a nice long hitbox. This one is like a very short, couple fraction of a second. Like it starts from just about where she starts impact into. But then this one just has like that delayed hit, but for how long? Oh, good news. The system actually works. So now if you back off, ability hits further away. Just depends on how you treat enemies. Riding forward, you get less range. Could just and no matter how you handle it. You're gonna always get like a little extra. Okay, I think we're good. Right, so that was basically just animator. Until I finally got everything. this animation swap system actually pretty cool. All right, for now we have it tied to the weapon's name. Code wasn't so painful to produce. Now ignore overrun. That's a false advertising. Or just horribly misunderstood what it was for. Well, okay. So for testing purposes, we're going to leave this here until we're ready to implement the actual weapons. Similar with this, just going to be left here until we come up with abilities. Abilities are basically just going to be setting this stuff up. Weapon itself, very likely to just have its own set of damage. Possibly, you'll pass in ability-related information, like when you hit with a specific attack, probably want to apply that attack's modifier. Right, like let's say base attack is like 5 or whatever from power, and the ability has 110 damage percent damage bonus, that kind of thing. I think that's it. All, folks, that's everything. That was a bit. Not sure what I got accomplished. Just came into work on things really. We did get them done. Big thing that I wanted to get done was to get the animator in a place where I could develop it further. With those couple of helpers that I made, that's a thing. So and now the next thing is we need to make an enemy and have that enemy be able to take hits, take damage. And when we hit it, we want to apply... Whoa, don't fall. Oh, we want to apply... how does she handle that? I mean... Oh. And we're gone. Ah, wrong person. There we go. So, and maybe we want to throw in some colliders so we don't fall off the map and things. I think making enemies come first, though. I want to hit some... Let's make the final attack. Then we're gonna call it a day. I feel like I still have it in my bones to do that one. Now that we have the whole misdirect out of my system, that was exactly what that was, a gigantic misdirect about Bride. Oh, and let's make the timing. So let's actually do just hold on. Where is it? Under attack. Works perfectly fine. Oh, I see what the problem is. Ugh. Hmm. That's tricky. I mean, I know the way around it. I just don't want to do it. uh, oh, I see what's happening. There's nothing in attack 3. So it's just bugging out. Well, it's not bugging out. It's doing the right thing and just skipping it. But we just double check that that's 1, 2, then it's going to do that again. Just do that. 2. This is an animator issue. It's just going to keep doing that because that was the last attack. But once we equip a 3, then it will automatically not do that anymore. But it's working perfectly fine. It's up to me to change that if I want to. I should. Oh. Alright, let's make the ultimate. Well, the third hit. Which is that spiral slash. Is this thing keep open? There we go. What the heck? Oh, oops. Oopsie doodly. That should. Good. Oh, I forgot. We got to put. Layers animator. There another anim? There is. Where is it? Yeah. Heck of. For animate. Oh, I might have accident. Might have accident. Drag and drop. Always a problem. Do not doing number. Test 3. Way to find it. So attack 3. Oh boy. Unless I think I did. Here. Oh, saw Slack. There it is. Can do it. I see. It's just the logic of it is doing it. That half of the script is fine. Yeah, looks like we're gonna have to do that I didn't want to do. Had to logic. Thought I could get away without having. There we go. Give myself a little bit more. 0.2 of a second might be a little bit too quick for me. Yes. Yep, there we go. 0.3 is perfect. we're good. Call it there. Excellent run. All right, we're gonna end the stream. Thank person that helpful. Oh, we're good. Yeah, we're gonna call it there. Have a great night, guys. And, that came out pretty good. We got a lot done. Enough. Could have been more.